So Suche Namda is the bhajan that's going to be sung now. You yourself make us have the color of true Nam. O beautiful one, come near. Don't go away after coming near. Don't look at our bad qualities. Since we have come to you, protect our honor. Don't look through the paper of our faults. Open our eyes, which are closed. We have the pain of birth and death. Becoming a doctor, lift this disease. Come listen, O beloved Kirpal. Folding his hands, Ajaib makes this prayer. You yourself make us have the color of true Nam. O beautiful one, come near. Don't go away after coming near. Suchanamada, page 134.
Thank you. Sushenamada sachachada de rangeape. Avisonia, Avisonia, colo di javina tulange passe. Sushena mada sasha shada de rangeape. Avisonia, Avisonia, colo di javina tulange passe. Sadeva valanata che ve, Sadeva valanata che ve, Lare la guia dirà che tu pate be, Lare la guia dirà che tu pate be, Sushena madda sashacha da de range ape. Avisonia, Avisonia, colo di javina tullanghe passe. Le casada naguna bala folebe, le casada naguna bala folebe. Bande aki atu sadi anu kolede. Badeaki atu sadianu kolede, Sushena mada sasha shadade rangeape. Avisonia, Avisonia, colo di javina tunange passe. Sanujana me marana nadu kebe. Sadhu jana me marana dadu che ve, bene vedero, betuchu che ve, bene vedero genuchu che ve, sushena madassa shashada de range ape, Avisonia, Avisonia, colo di javina tulanghe passe. Asune kiripale piare, Asune kiripale piare, Atevane ajaibe pukare, Atevane ajaibe pukare, Sushena mada sasha shada de rangeape. Avisonia, Avisonia, colo di javina tulanghe passe.
The color of true Nam. O beautiful one, come near. Don't go away after coming near. So I'm going to be reading from the Third World Tour of Master Kirpal, and this is with Master Kirpal in Latin America. Master Kirpal left Miami International Airport at 6 p.m. on December 10th, 1972 for Mexico City, and arrived at 9:30 that evening. Many very respectful dear ones welcomed him at the airport, happy to see their beloved in person. The Master stayed for 4 days at the Continental Hilton Hotel, where all of his talks were given. Many dear ones, including his Latin American group leaders, enjoyed the opportunity to speak with him face to face there. His stay culminated on December 13th, when 107 seekers received initiation. The following day, December 14th, after a meditation sitting and a farewell talk, the Master left for Panama City. He and his party arrived at 8:30 in the evening and were welcomed by the local representative and other leaders. They had made arrangements for a bus to pick up the many devotees traveling with the Master, 35 from Mexico and 6 from South America, who had joined the group in Miami. During his 2-day stay in Panama City, the Master held meditation, talks, and darshan sessions. He even gave a satsang in Hindi, attended by a large number of people from India. On December 17th, 45 people received initiation. The following day, December 18th, the Master departed for Quito, Ecuador, his first stop in South America. Master arrived in Quito at 1 p.m. on December 18th to a wildly enthusiastic greeting from about 500 satsangis at the airport, many of whom were weeping for joy. Master was taken to the Colon Hotel, where excellent accommodations had been provided for him. All of the meetings of all types were held right at the hotel, which was very convenient for him and for the dear ones. Among the initiates who came to see him on this trip, his first South American stop, were a busload of devotees from Cuenca who had hired a bus and driven all night to arrive on time, and then turned the bus over for the convenience of the 35 initiates who had flown with him on the same plane. 6 initiates from Guayaquil, 5 from Lima, Peru, and a delegation from Cochabamba, Bolivia, including the Bolivian representative. Due to the extreme distance involved, it was not possible for the Brazilian satsangis to come, but they got together and sent one dear one from Sao Paulo to represent them at Master's feet. There were also 7 satsangis from Colombia, where Master was going next, but they could not wait until he got there. During his stay there, Master had many interviews, including one with a leading spiritualist of the area, magazine reporters and local initiates, including those from Quito and those from outlying areas. They were all there. On December 20th at 12 noon, Master visited the site of a new ashram at Cumbaya near Quito, where a building is already under construction. He said, as he had previously said on a number of similar occasions, that it is very easy to start something, but very difficult to maintain it. On the same day, December 20th at 4 p.m., initiation was scheduled. Such a very large number of people applied, however, that it was not possible to process them all in time. So the Master initiated 192 persons at this time, and the following day, December 21st, 73 more people were initiated. That same day, he left Quito for Bogota, Colombia. The Master reached Bogota at 4:15 p.m. on the 21st and was met by several hundred eager satsangis at the airport, many of whom were weeping. He was lodged at the home of Dr. Alberto Garcia, a well-known surgeon, and his dear wife, Ruth de Garcia. When Master arrived there, only Señora de Garcia and 2 of their 4 children in the family were initiated. But by the time Master left South America, Dr. Garcia and the other 2 children had also asked for and received Nam, making a total of 6 out of a family of 6. The family very graciously accommodated the Master and his party, and the home was available for private interviews. and a Catholic school 2 blocks away opened their auditorium for the Master's use in the mornings, and meditations were held there as well. Evening talks were held at a theater in downtown Bogota, which was obtained due to the efforts of both of the local group leaders. Before leaving Bogota, Master graciously gave Nam to 112 dear ones. My brother Alberto was one of them. Then he left for Cali, Colombia, on December 24th. 86 initiates flew from Bogota to Cali with the Master, filling the entire plane except for about 10 seats. The Master and his party were greeted at the airport by another huge enthusiastic crowd who could not contain themselves in their ecstatic joy to be at last in the presence of the Blessed One. The Master was taken to the Tetecuy Hotel where he was to stay, and the local satsangis had, in their thoughtfulness, provided cars for all the initiates who were accompanying him. On the way to the hotel, the caravan was forced to stop due to a car accident on the side of the road. It turned out that the car belonged to a dear initiated lady who, with her children, had been hurrying to see the Master when the car overturned, throwing her and her children out of the car. Although the car was totally destroyed, the dear ones received only a few cuts and bruises, and all the mother wanted was the Master's blessing. So the family was picked up in various cars of the caravan, and the mother was taken directly to the Master, who received her in his room and consoled her. She said that she knew all the time there would be no real injury because the Master was protecting her. The talks in Cali were given twice a day, at noon and in the evening, at the Consejo Municipal building. It was a difficult time to make arrangements due to the Christmas season and also the Sugar Festival, a Colombian holiday, which were taking place at this time. Nevertheless, thanks to the hard work and devotion of the local representatives and leaders, excellent arrangements were made, and the dear ones derived great benefit. A meeting of the Colombian group leaders was held in Master's room, at which he stated that in the future, the workers in South America should work hard in Master's cause, because thousands of people in South America would be coming up, and that has come true. At this meeting also, the Master announced the appointment of Dr. Germán Duque of Popayán as co-representative in Colombia to work with the present representative, Mr. Ricardo Núñez. On Christmas Day, Master gave a beautiful Christmas talk, which was much appreciated by all. On December 26th, the Master gave Nam to 126 grateful dear ones at Cali. On December 27th at 8 a.m., Master gave his farewell message to the Colombians and the whole Western world. He gave this at the Consejo Municipal building. Then he went to the airport and flew to Caracas, Venezuela, his last stop in the Western Hemisphere. Since there were no initiates in Caracas, this was mainly a rest stop for the Master and to make his connecting flight to Rome on his way back to India. Even so, close to a dozen people traveled with the Master to Caracas. 3 dear ones from the island of Granada took the opportunity to see the Master, 2 initiates and 1 seeker. Although his stay there was brief, the Master gave initiation to the seeker from Granada, who became the last of the 2,146 people initiated during the Master's tour in the Western Hemisphere. On the night of December 28th, after saying goodbye to all the dear ones who had been traveling with him, including Mr. and Mrs. Cana, who had been with him since Washington, D.C., and Dr. Germán Duque, who had accompanied him throughout Latin America from Miami, the Master and his party of 3 departed for Rome on their way back to India. Although Rome was meant to be only a rest stop, the Master was aware of the longing of his sheep waiting for him there. He instructed that the plans be changed and ended up giving 2 very well-attended talks and initiating 41 people from across Europe who had come to see him. His arrival in Delhi was delayed by 16 hours, but the thousands of dear ones at Sawan Ashram waited patiently for him. He finally arrived home at 8:30 p.m. on January 2nd, and with that, the third world tour of Master Kirpal had come to an end. And then to finish, I would like to read just the very last 3 paragraphs of Master Kirpal's farewell talk to the Western world. It was a talk he gave on December 27th, 1972 in Cali, Colombia, just before leaving for India. And in the end, he says, "So East and West, Colombia or the United States or Canada or India or Europe, that means nothing. We are all world citizens. We are all in exile, wherever we are, you see? You know, when you are in exile or in prison, those prisoners love one another, is it not so? So we should love one another while here and try to help each other to go back home, that's all. That power is with you. If you just turn your face to him, he will come forward to receive you. Hundreds of steps if you take one step. So I'm glad that I have been here and have gone all through the tour, and we will also have a boost with the love which we have already got innate within ourselves. That has now given us the way up. And all of you have been drenched with that flow of love within you. So it is all God's grace that you have had it. And we may expect more. That is, those who have nothing else between them and God. My best wishes are with all those who have helped make the arrangements for this tour, here or there, everywhere. I am pleased with their efforts. The leaders should all serve as examples. Example is better than precept. So my best wishes are with all of you, with the grace of God. Thank you.
So I was told last night that there were over the simultaneous with the English Zoom, or it's a YouTube live stream that's going out. That's what the camera's here. But simultaneous to that, there is another live stream that's going out that's all Spanish translations of what's going on. And I was told that there were over 100 connections to the Spanish-speaking channel. In fact, they had to up the subscription because they bumped into it. And so it's really a wonderful effort to bring the remembrance of the Master, not just to the people here physically in the room, but to so many different locations in North America and South America, and around the world. There's people tuning in from remote locations and other countries. One quick announcement. Charlotte and I live at Shama's Retreat, and we organize the programs there. This May is the most beautiful month of the year up there. Everything's green, the temperatures are perfect, and we're having a 2-week period in the middle of the month that will be announced that we're going to have an extended Seva retreat. So anyone that wants to come up for any portion of that, it's just a great time to interact and help out. So just the announcement will come out eventually, but I just wanted to give everyone a heads up that we're trying something new, and we've had people come for extended Seva periods in the past, and it's been really a wonderful thing. So now we're going to make it official. And this is for the Spanish translators. I'm going to, during my first reading, I had 3 different readings that I was going to do. I didn't get to the 3rd reading, and so what I'm going to read now is the 3rd, which is a circular letter by Master Kirpal, dated February 20th, 1971. And it is the 4th letter in the series of 5 receptivity circulars. And Master has said that receptivity constitutes 2/3 of the path, that everything that is communicated through the satsangs and the books and the videos and everything constitutes 1/3 of the path. And once you can obey what is in those satsangs, in that material, the other 2/3 of the path gradually starts to open up. And so this concept of becoming fascinated with receptivity, it's really an interesting area to put your attention. If the dear ones were to do their spiritual practices correctly, with due regard to self-introspection, they would, as sure as 2 and 2 make 4, rise above body consciousness and transcend into the beyond, where the inner master is patiently waiting to greet his children at the threshold of the astral plane. But because they are unable to do this, even for a short while, they erroneously believe that their meditations are barren of all concrete results. If you were able to follow the Master's instructions accurately, you would be sure to agree with St. Paul, who tells us in the Bible, "I die daily." Therefore, what is it that prevents you from following the Master's instructions? It is your own mind, which you have not yet been able to coax away from the outer attachments of the world to the bliss that awaits inside. What the Master tells you to do is not really difficult if you could but comprehend the simplicity of it. What the Master tells you to do is not really difficult if you could but comprehend the simplicity of it. He tells you to sit in a position that's most comfortable to you, one in which you can sit the longest without moving, and that while sitting in this position, you are to remain wide awake with your attention directed at the seat of the soul behind and between the 2 eyebrows. And that while you are to look sweetly and serenely into the middle of the darkness in front of you, repeating the Simran of the 5 charged names slowly and at intervals. Now some succeed in performing their spiritual disciplines in the prescribed manner in a short period, and others do not for want of conscious control of the mind and the outgoing faculties. This is why it has been said and stressed that we must weed out all undesirable traits and habits, and they must be replaced by the opposite, ennobling virtues. And for this, the maintenance of the monthly self-introspection diary is mandatory. The more you progress in your man-making, the more your mind and senses will come under your conscious control. This has already been dealt with very thoroughly, as well as other aspects of spiritual development in my previous circular letters, which together with morning talks, which is, of course, Master's book, and it was just published about the time this letter came out, just prior to it. This has already been dealt with very thoroughly, as well as other aspects of spiritual development in my previous circular letters, which together with morning talks constitute the yardsticks which you may apply to measure how far you have succeeded in your disciplines, both outer and inner. So what is meant by not doing the practices properly? It is simply another way of saying that the one-pointed concentration that preludes complete withdrawal to the eye focus has not yet been achieved by the dear ones. You are the indweller of your own body, but are not yet its master. You are the indweller of your own body, but are not yet its master. Your servants, the mind and the five senses, have usurped the throne on which your soul should sit. Until they are dispossessed and placed in their rightful place as servants, they will not allow you to withdraw and go in. The Master is within. Like any loving father, he is eagerly awaiting the day when you have set your house in order, and he requires only one opportunity to snatch you from the prison house of the body, and like an expert angler, once he has successfully hooked his fish, he will not allow it to escape until it is safely in his basket. Now man is so constituted that he cannot for long remain at one level. He either progresses or slips back. You may judge for yourself which way you are going by seeing how far your minds and senses are coming under your conscious control. And this is achieved not only by ethical living, but also by the inner help and the strength that you get every time you sit for your meditations. This is achieved not only by ethical living, but also by the inner help and the strength that you receive every time you sit for your meditations. So, if no apparent inner headway is achieved, know it for sure that the ground is being watered. Every time you sit, you are creating a habit which one day the mind will accept as being in its best interest, as opposed to its present habit of seeking enjoyment in the outside things. And habit strengthens into nature, and this is the reason for the present difficulties experienced by the dear ones in their routine meditations. The habit of the mind in running after outside enjoyments has become quite natural to it. Therefore, it resents sitting in the quiet. By creating a new habit, you will in time change the nature of the mind from one seeking pleasure change the nature of the mind from one seeking pleasure and the external things to one thirsting for the bliss and the sweetness to be had from the things on the inside. Thy restless mind continually goes astray. How can it ever be brought to heel? Only by giving the heart and soul to the Word or the name of God. No other way has ever been found or ever will be found. That last section was a quote from Swamiji. So I wish for you all to tread the path, having full faith and confidence in the Master, full faith and confidence in the Master. And above all, be grateful. Be grateful that you have been accepted for initiation in this difficult age that we are living in. And also, persevere. Persevere and persevere again. Perseverance combined with full faith in the gracious Master Power working overhead will one day remove all the obstacles, and your cherished goal will be achieved. With all love and best wishes, yours affectionately, Kirpal Singh. This is an excerpt from the first section of what I read on Friday, Satsang, to sit in his presence. It is a rare privilege to gather together in his name, to invoke his gracious mercy and to imbibe the sacred teachings. Satsang is the central theme of the sacred teachings, and I always impress upon the dear ones here and abroad not to miss it, as it is during these precious moments when you are near the fountainhead of bliss and immortality that you can grasp the true import of the teachings and assimilate the rare virtues of godliness by sitting in the charged atmosphere, which is filled with his loving life impulses. Satsang is the sacred arena where spiritual stalwarts are built. It is the pool of nectar which grants blissful God intoxication, and all difficulties of caste, creed, and country sink down to their lowest ebb. So your purpose in coming to satsang is to imbibe the love of God, to sit in his sweet remembrance, to unite with him. All things past and future, all irrelevant matters can be dealt with in your own place of residence. Come, but come with the very best of intentions. Bring the remembrance of the Lord with you, and take it with you when you leave. Do not listen to others' conversations. Do not talk to anyone unless it's about the truth. Even though you may not understand all that is said, yet if you sit with full attention, you will profit by it. If your thoughts are somewhere else, not only will you lose, but other people will also be affected. So regard the satsang as a place of purity. Do not talk or think of anything but God, and whosoever attends will be blessed by the uplifting atmosphere. So go and sit at the door. Sit at the door with some definite purpose in view. Go there all alone, not dragging children, friends, or thoughts of the world. He is all alone. He wants everybody to come all alone and not bringing even your body. Don't feel the body nor the intellect. Simply sit at the door. And how much does this cost? Is it not simple? When you go and beg at someone's door, you must have some definite purpose in view. So you have to come to the door, that's all. And who are those who get it? Those who come to the door. Those who do not come to the door, then what? So you are to have, moreover, when you sit at the door, you must have some specific purpose. You must be very clear. Why should you sit at the door? Are you there after having some worldly things or the things of the other world? You must be clear. If you sit at the door with any definite purpose, you will have everything you see. And now we're going to play a couple short movies.
At the end of World War II, the city of Berlin was divided into two distinct halves. Soviet troops occupied one half, Western forces controlled the other. Over the next 15 years, as socialism was implemented in the eastern half, the German Democratic Republic, the population endured a steady decline in living standards. They also experienced an ongoing food crisis. This drove many people to flee to the West. By August 1961, more than 2.7 million East Germans had escaped to the West. To curtail this exodus, the Eastern Berlin government started to erect fences through parts of the city. On August 12, 1961, all remaining open areas were securely closed off with blockades and barbed wire fencing. This was completed as a surprise move in a single night and with no warning. When the people of Berlin awoke on August 13, they were shocked to find the city completely bisected. Every family was affected in one way or another. Soon, concrete blocks and walls were put into place as well. The military forces in the eastern sector were instructed to shoot anyone trying to climb over the wall, and as a result, many innocent people were killed. The locations where these people had died while attempting to scale the barrier were marked by flowers of remembrance. 2 years after the barriers were first put into place, Sant Kirpal Singh was on a world tour, and his itinerary included Berlin. Arrangements were made with the assistance of a Christian clergyman for the master and his party to have a close look at the wall. Here you see they are walking past the walled-off cemetery of St. Hedwig Cathedral. Both the cathedral and the cemetery lay in the eastern part of the city, just beyond this wall, and had become no longer accessible to those living in West Berlin. In some instances, apartment buildings were right on the dividing line. These border houses had doors and windows that opened into West Berlin. Many people attempted to escape out of their apartment windows. And many died in this attempt, particularly on streets like Bernauer Straße. In time, East German troops forced residents to move out of such buildings, and their entrances and windows were sealed. Here you see the master being shown one such building. By the time this footage was taken, it had become part of the wall. It appears there are two wreaths on the ground, most likely in commemoration of two people who had died at that location. Eventually, all these buildings were torn down and replaced with a 12 feet high concrete wall. Master was deeply moved when he was told of the unhappiness the wall had brought, separating mother from son, husband from wife, and brother from sister. Upon seeing all of this and with a feeling of deep compassion, Kirpal Singh made the following statement.
It is the right of everybody to be free. We know that stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Birds fly freely anywhere. The spirit is free. Man, the highest of God's creation, should therefore certainly be free. The inexorable law of nature is that all who do wrong must pay. Whosoever is responsible must pay for all cruel suppression of humanity, for all aggression. In the meantime, we of India, who have enjoyed the freedom of life and spirit, pray for those who do not enjoy their right of freedom. We know their situation. We don't forget them. All humans should have the right of self-determination as to where they wish to live. The Spirit is in all, and the Spirit will overcome.
During his time in Berlin, Kirpal Singh visited many religious, social, and political leaders. 3 days after his visit to the wall, he met with the vice president of the West Berlin Parliament. They discussed the World Fellowship of Religions, and then the conversation turned to the spiritual science which the master had brought to the West. The vice president was deeply touched by Kirpal Singh's words. He took the master's hands and thanked him for taking so much trouble to explain the spiritual path. He said that Kirpal Singh had lifted a veil of uncertainty from his heart and planted a new ray of hope in him. He then asked the master if he had seen the notorious Berlin Wall. A member of Master's party responded that not only had Kirpal Singh seen the wall, but he had given a statement about it. The vice president was then shown a copy of the master's message, on the wall of fear. The vice president was so excited and enthusiastic about the message that he took the master's hands again and pleaded with him to permit the message to be published in the West Berlin newspapers. The master happily consented, and a secretary was called and told to have the message translated into German and released to the press. Shortly after this meeting, the master was off to the next stop on his itinerary.
We know their situation. We don't forget them. The Spirit is in all, and the Spirit will overcome. "26 years after Master's visit, the era of the Berlin Wall came to an end. And to everyone's surprise, it happened without violence. Free movement was once again allowed within Berlin and throughout all of Germany, and the entire 27-mile wall was demolished one piece at a time. And in October of 1990, East and West Germany were reunited as a free country.
O Guru Kirpal, come to my home. Just like you are fond of Sawan, so I am fond of you. Whoever has meditated or remembered you with a true heart, even for once, with both your hands full, you have given him your love. My string is in your hands. You are the companion of my life. You are the devotee of devotees, and it is not good for you to reject me. I am fond of you just like you are fond of Sawan. Oh, dear one, you enjoyed the contaminated berries of Shivari. Giving up the good, delicious food of Duryodhan, you preferred to eat the simple food of Vidur. I am not only your servant, O Satguru, I am the servant of your servants. Just like you have protected the honor of everyone, protect my honor also. I am fond of you just like you are fond of Sawan. O Satguru, how do I call you? I do not know. I do not have any knowledge. I do not have any style. I do not know. It is not in my hands to call you. O Guruji, moment after moment, my eyes are thirsty for your darshan. This is the request of Ajaib. Please do not let me suffer anymore. I am fond of you, just like you are fond of Sawan. Guru Kirpal mere gadiyana. Guru Kirpal mere gadiyana. Jaise tum sawan divane me tera divana. Me tera divana. एक बार भी साचे मन से जिसने तुझे दे आया, बर बर जोड़ी दोनों हाथों तुमने प्यार लुटाया. एक बार भी साचे मन से जिसने तुझे दे आया, बार बार जोड़ी दोनों हाथों तुमने प्यार लुटाया. मेरी दौर तुम्हारे हाथों, तुम मेरे जीवन साथी, तुम मेरे जीवन साथी. तुम भगतों के भगत तुम्हारे, ठीक नहीं मुझको ठुकराना, ठीक नहीं मुझको ठुकराना. मैं तेरा दीवाना. गुरु कृपाल मेरे गड़े आना. गुरु कृपाल मेरे गड़े आना. जैसे तुम सावन दीवाने, मैं तेरा दीवाना. मैं तेरा दीवाना. शिवरी के जूते बेरों से प्यारे, तुमने मजा उठाया. दुर्योधन के मेवे थज के साग्वी दोरा खाया. शिवरी के जूते बैरों से प्यारे, तुमने मजा उठाया. Duryodan ke me vethaj ke sagvidora kakaya केवल दास नहीं हो सतगुरु में दासों का दास तुम्हारे मैं दासों का दास तुम्हारे जैसे सबकी राज रखी है मेरी भी लाज रखाना मेरी भी लाज रखाना मैं तेरा दीवाना गुरु कृपाल मेरे घरे आना गुरु कृपाल मेरे घरे आना जैसे तुम सावन दीवाने मैं तेरा दीवाना मैं तेरा दीवाना कैसे तुम्हें बुलाओ सतगुरु फत नहीं है ज्ञान नहीं किसी तरह का कोई तुकाबर मेरे बस की बात नहीं कैसे तुम्हें बुलाओ सतगुरु फत नहीं है ज्ञान नहीं किसी तरह का कोई तो खबर मेरे बस की बात नहीं फल फल के दर्शन को गुरु जी प्यासियन के तरस रही है प्यासियन के तरस रही है यही बेनती है अजब की मुझे नहीं तरफाना मुझे नहीं तरफाना मैं तेरा दीवाना गुरु कृपाल मेरे घरे आना गुरु कृपाल मेरे घरे आना जैसे तुम सावन दीवाने मैं तेरा दीवाना मैं तेरा दीवाना. Whoever has meditated or remembered you with a true heart, even for once, with both your hands full, you have given him your love.
Attention is the expression of our soul, which is diffused in the world all around. And so much diffused that we are receiving impressions all through day and night. And those impressions received are just overflowing in the subconscious reservoir of our mind. We have to stop those impressions which are coming from the outside. So for that purpose we have to withdraw the attention. As I told you, as the rays of the sun and sun are no two different things. One is the expression of the sun, you see, rays. If the rays are withdrawn, start from going outside, naturally outward thoughts won't come in. The seat of the soul in the body is like the eyes. Those rays of attention, you might say, are diffused into the body and through the outgoing faculties to all the world around. First we have to withdraw our attention from outside. We have to enter the laboratory of the man's body. Because who resides in the body, and also God, who is the controlling power of us in the body and all universe, also resides in our body. So first of all, we have to just not to think of the world outside. Don't pay any attention to any outside things for a while. When you enter this man's body, you have to close the doors. So which impressions come again, our attention is drawn outside. First, withdraw your attention from outside. Second, the sources are the means through which again our attention is drawn outside. Those are to be closed. So those are the eyes mainly. Then comes ears and other senses. So first, don't think of the world outside for a while. Close your eyes so that further impression may not be received from outside. And attention may not be drawn outside by outward happenings. When you close your eyes, don't think the world outside. You enter this laboratory of the man's body. Because body is the true temple of God. You feel little rest as a man coming from the burning rays of the sun enters any house. He feels a bit rest. But still we have to come up to the seat of the soul in the body. You might have seen someone dying. What happens? Life is withdrawn from the feet upward, comes to the back of the eyes. Eyes are upturned, you see, and then the dark symptoms. So the seat of the soul is back the eye. You have to come up here. Here all senses are ended, you see. Lower senses are here and here. You come above it. This is what you have to do at the time of death. Master said, learn to die so that you may begin to live. Saint Plutarch tells us, the soul that when it enters into the beyond has the same experience as when the soul leaves the body at the time of death. This is what is meant by death. Yeah? If you withdraw your soul above it, and how to do it? Just you have to concentrate your whole attention there. Don't pay off any attention outside. Don't pay any attention what is going on in the body. Just when you close your eyes, you see darkness in front of you. Something there is, you see that darkness other than these eyes of flesh and bones. That is the inner eye. So with the inner eye, you have to fix your gaze of full attention into the middle of the darkness lying in front of you. There. Intently, minutely penetrating with full attention and continuously without a break, without any tension on your eyes or forehead. If you just withdraw at the back of the two eyes, there is tension, you see. Provide that just look into the middle of the darkness lying in front of you, that will adjust of itself without any effort on your part. So with the inner eye, look into the middle of the darkness lying in front of you, intently, minutely, penetratingly into it, and constantly without a break. You are not to visualize anything like that, not to premeditate anything. Simply look minutely what is in there. Sweetly, constantly, with all devotion, with all attention. Along with it, have the sweet remembrance of God mentally, not with the tongue, gullet, or the heart, at intervals, so that the inner gaze is not disturbed. If you continue, don't think of the world outside for a while, don't think what is going on in the body. Even now it is going on, you don't know what is going on in the body. Circulation of blood is going on, breathing is going on. So many things, but you are not aware of that. Let it go on as it is, and don't think of going up to that is not your job. Leave it to the God power working within you. Look continuously without a break with the inner eye into the middle of the darkness lying in front of you. Constantly without a break. Have the sweet remembrance of God mentally at intervals. If you continue looking like that, say 10-15 minutes, outgoing faculties will be inverted. You will find light there. If thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. This is what real means. You have to sit still, physically and intellectually. When you rise above, you see light there. If you find any light, just look into the middle of it. That will grow bright and burst. If any light goes away, you continue looking. That will stay. The further way will be up, as explained at the time of initiation. You might see sky, that you might find stars, and big star will be further way up, and some might see the form of the Master too. That manifests of itself, that God power manifests in that human form, in that form, that whole form is working. You are not to visualize in mind that, not to premeditate it. Well, sit down please, and see what you find.
You are a jewel of Sawan, O Kirpalji. You are the owner of the whole world. We have come to you.
That's the one I gave to him, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. All right, take two. The world calls him Sawan. I am his intoxicated one. Very happily, he gave me the gift of immortal Kirpal. This is the bhajan Sawan, Sawan Dunya Kendi. Since I saw Sawan, I have hidden him in my eyes. I have never forgotten the way Sawan smiled. Sawan is beloved. Sawan is beautiful. Sawan is the owner of my heart. He was the radiant form who lives in the eyes. His style was unique. His glory was unique. Still I have not understood. Every day I cry. Every day I sing. People call me mad. White beard, broad forehead, tying a turban he came. Even the fairies bow down to him, and the moon has come out in the sky. The world searches for him outside, but he has given everyone the slip. Let us all go to Sirsa, Kirpal proclaimed. Ajayab also sang, gracious Sawan has caused the drizzle to shower. Come, let us all have the darshan of the radiant form. The world calls him Sawan. I am his intoxicated one. Very happily, he gave me the gift of immortal Kirpal. Bhajan of Sanchi.
Sawan, Sawan Dunya Kendi, Meodi Masitani, Hansida Degi Amenu, Kirpal Amarani Shani, Sawana Sawana Dunya Kendi, Meodi Masitani, Hansida Degi Amenu, Kirpal Amarani Shani, Sawana Sawana Dunya Kendi, Jadada Sawana Najariya, Palakavicha Lukaya, Ajitak Nabulahi Sakia, Jo Sawana Musikaya, Jadadga Sawana Najariya, Palakavicha Lukaya, Ajitak Nabulahi Sakia, Jo Sawana Musikaya, Sawana Pyara, Sawana Sona, Sawana Pyara, Sawana Sona, Sawana Dilbar Jani, Hansida Degi Amenu, Kirpal Marni Shani, Sawana Sawana Dunya Kendi, Odi Masatani, Hansida Degi Amenu, Kirpal Marni Shani, Sawana Sawana Dunya Kendi, O si eka nurani chehra, Ankavicha Samaya, Choj nirali, shana nirali, aaj samajhna aaya. Osi ek nurani chehra, Ankavi Jasmaya. Choj nirali, shana nirali, Aj samajhna aaya. Nita hi rova, nita hi gava, Nita hi rova, nita hi gava, Lokahena divani, Hansida degi amenu, Kirpal marni shani, Sawana dunia kendi, Meodi masitani, Hansida degi amenu, Kirpa amarani shani, Sawana dunia kendi, Chiti dari chodamata, Pagariban saja aya, Pariyataka onu sajde kardiya, Chanvi ambara chadaya. Chiti dari chodamata, Pagariban saja aya, Pariyataka onu sajde kardiya, Chanvi ambara chadaya. Dunia onu bahar labdi, Dunia onu bahar labdi, Degya krite jakani, Hansida degi amenu, Kirpal marni shani, Sawana dunia kendi, Meodi masitani, Hansida degi amenu, Kirpal marni shani, Sawana dunia kendi. Cello se io sirasanu chaliye, Kirpal ne hokalaya, Sawande aluneiri majimalai, Ajaiba ne vigaya. Chalo se io sirasanu chaliye, Kirpal ne hokalaya, Sawande aluneiri majimalai, Ajaiba ne vigaya. Avo sabahida shakariye, Avo sabahida shakariye, O Surata Nurani, Hansida degi amenu, Kirpal marni shani, Sawana dunia kendi, Meodi masitani, Hansida degi amenu, Kirpal amarni shani, Sawana dunia kendi. I am his intoxicated one. Laughing and laughing, he gave me the gift of immortal Kirpal.
Oh, we're going to do another one here?
Yeah, so we're doing another one.
Wait a minute, Chris. This is going to happen now?
Yes, we're doing 2 in a row.
Okay. You are a jewel of Sawan, O Kirpalji. You are the owner of the whole world. We have come to your court. Fill up the empty joli. This is the bhajan Sawan Da Tulalji Kirpalji. For you, there are millions and thousands like me, O Satguru. But I am also standing at your door and calling you. I am caught in midstream. I have come to your door after getting kicked and knocked. Oh, beloved Satguru, embrace me. I don't have any control over my condition. O giver, you had made promises to me. Come and fulfill those promises. Forget my mistakes and dwell in my heart. Oh, beloved Satguru, for you all the ways are open. I will bear all the pain with your support. Even the moon has hidden in the clouds after weeping, seeing my condition. Even the water of my eyes has dried up. Now all the night is over, the dawn has come. Still you have not come. What do I do, O my beautiful one? I am overwhelmed. All my life I will weep, expecting your coming. All the beds are false. I will sleep on the true bed. The servant says, O Kirpalji, gracious to the poor ones, the whole world is false. Only the relationship between you and me is real. You are a jewel of Sawan, O Kirpalji. You are the owner of the whole world. We have come to your court. Fill up the empty joli.
Sawanedatu laleji kire paleji sare jagedatu vali ayetere dare bare ji joli bare de okali Sawanedatu laleji kire paleji sare jagedatu vali ayetere dare bare ji joli bare de okali mere jayatenu lakate hajara me vitakari satguru tenu pukara mere jayatenu lakate hajara me vitakari satguru tenu pukara Vasija viche masetare detere tuarete ajerule dirulandi Galela gale satguru pyariya mere pesh shena jandi sawane datu laleji kire paleji sare jage datu wali ayetere dare bare ji joli bare deo kali kite sikolata akani baja भूले जा भूला मेरी दिल च समा जा किते सिको दाता अकनी बाजा भूले जा भूला मेरी दिल च समा जा कुले है सारे रास्ते तेरे वास्ते मेरे साथ गुरु प्यारे काते लावांगे सारे टुकड़े के तेरे सहारे सावने दातु लालेजी किरे पालेजी सारे जागे दातु वाली आये तेरे दारे बारे जी चली बारे देओ काली चंदा विरोड़ो के बदला चलुक गया मेरी आँखियाँ पानी भी सूख गया चंदा विरोड़ो के बदला चलुक गया मेरी आँखी जटा पानी भी सूख गया मुकेगा ये सारी रात वे होई पर बात वे तू आहे बिना जा की करा मेरे सोनिया दिले बारे बारे आजा सावन दातु लालेजी किरे पालेजी सारे जागे दातु वाली आये तेरे दारे बारे जी चली बारे देओ काली सारी उमर तेरी तंग विचेरो वांगी जुती है सजे सची सजे उते सोवांगी सारी उमर तेरी तंग विचेरो वांगी जुती है सजे सची सजे उते सोवांगी Dasika he kire pale chitine dayale chi jutta jage he sara sacha rishta hai tumhara hamara sawan datu lale ji kire pale ji sare jage datu wali aaj tere dare pare ji joli pare deo kali sawan datu lale ji kire pale ji sare jage datu wali ayetere dare pare ji joli pare deo kali.
You are the Jewel Sawan O Kirpalji. You are the owner of the whole world. We have come to your court. Fill up the empty joy.
Master's Hand from Sat Sandesh, March 1973. By Ingeborg Guttinger, describes the revolution that Master wrought in her by coming into her life. It was a great blessing for me to be able to take part in the birthday celebration of the great Master Sant Kirpal Singh Ji Maharaj. For 10 years, it has been my fervent wish to visit my Master in India, his physical home. He, in his kindness, agreed to give it to us. The reason for the wish of mine is in a very peculiar experience that changed my life. I was born in Vienna, Austria's capital. After I married, we moved to Innsbruck, a beautiful small town in the Alps, where we lived with our 3 children. In 1962, I fell ill with kidney decomposition, which was declared incurable by the doctors. They told me that I had they told me that I had to face death within 6 weeks or so. My husband and myself felt very helpless, and despairingly, seeing no other way out, we knelt down in prayer and cried from the bottom of our heart to Jesus. For we were brought up as Catholics. Our prayer was answered in a very wonderful manner, though in an entirely different way than we expected. The same night, I had a following dream. A man from the east with a turban on his head
radiating heavenly light and glory, stood before me humbly. He said, "I will help you." I felt that I was healed instantaneously. Next morning, full of happiness, I told my husband this experience. He was dazzled and said I should not pray to a man from the east with a turban, but only to Jesus. We were at that time very strict in our Catholic confession belief. Our life changed more and more through His great love and grace. I was healed indeed. The doctors were puzzled, and since they did not want to admit that I was healed, they tried to find some symptoms of the disease. They could not find anything, and I did not need them anymore. From then on, we led an inward life, reading scriptures like Bible, Yogananda, Aurobindo, etc. Attracted by our longing, many missionaries of different sects visited us, but none of them could convince us. Then sometime in July 1963, that is approximately 1 year after my healing, I saw in our town a poster reading "Self-realization, God realization." I never noticed posters, but that one caught my interest, although it did not show any picture but text only. It enticed me in a way I cannot describe. I was keen to attend this lecture. I got my husband interested in it too, although it was very hard, not easy. The lecture took place in our town hall. The clergy of our big religious communities, as well as of many sects, attended it. All were much impressed, but foremost, I was myself, who was deeply moved and surprised because I recognized in the lecturer Master Kirpal Singh Ji, my savior, the one who appeared in my dream. His wonderful face, full of mercy, radiated the beauty of God. I felt warm in my heart, saved and happy. My husband too felt God's power working through the Master. Both of us asked for initiation and got it, which means the opening of the inner eye and the experience of God's light and heavenly melody within. Now, 10 years later, I am fortunate to be with him in his ashram. It was only after my arrival here that I became aware of another aspect of our initiation in Innsbruck. Here I learned and saw how big a number of people usually get initiated in each town the Master visits on his tours, or in the sittings here in the ashram. Sometimes this number runs into hundreds of people. It makes me almost giddy when I realize Master had to come specially to a little Innsbruck, the only town he visited when in Austria, to initiate both of us, my husband and myself, and only both of us, for no one else asked for it. Heartfelt prayers are said to be efficacious. My little heart's deep prayers to Christ or God were listened to, and the great Master living on earth, who dispenses and carries on his will, picked up two people who lived in darkness and brought them to light. He came to one of the smallest countries in Europe, even into one of the smallest towns, to initiate us. He is the founder of Manav Kendra. I cannot express my feeling in words. I can only thank, and congratulate India that on her soil lives such a true and holy master. Likewise, I wish for every single man living on the dark earth to come in touch with Master Kirpal Singh Ji's light that is given gratis to all who seek it. Knock and it shall be opened. This is an excerpt of a letter written by His Holiness Sant Kirpal Singh Ji to Alice C. Cashman of Washington, D.C. Finding a friend. During the month of September 1956, an initiate of Master Kirpal Singh Ji wrote the following letter. The writer was Alice C. Cashman of Washington, D.C. As a student of His Holiness Sant Kirpal Singh Ji, I wish to submit with deep devotion and gratitude the following excerpt from the Great Master's letter to me, dated September 4, 1956. In response to my question to him for a friend on the spiritual path of the Masters, I did find a friend for you, Alice, a friend who is even now waiting patiently for you to turn to him. He is constantly by your side, loving you, wanting to share your life with, but more than waiting, your love, thoughts, and faith. It is you yourself who has drawn a thick screen of various other thoughts in between you and your friend. Try and remove the screen. When you will see a friend waiting there with outstretched arms to embrace you with love, and who will stand by you all through this life and the other. Kirpal Singh. This is a poem from one of the selected poems by Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi. I see only your beauty when I open my eyes. I drink only your wine, dear, when I open my lips. To talk with the people that seems sinful to me. When I talk about you, dear, long, so long is my tale. I am lame when they drag me on all the ways and all roads. On the way to your dwelling, there I race full of joy. And my light is much greater than moonlight and sun. When I turn once my face to the King full of grace. Last night I went before him full of heat. He did not ask me, but sat calm and still. I looked at him. That meant, oh, please, do ask. How have you been without my moon-like face? My friend, however, cast his eyes to earth. Be you like dust, so selfless and so low. I kissed the ground and fell upon my face. That meant I am bewildered like the dust. This is an invocation to Master. Master, guide us to our eternal home and you, and bless us all forever. Thank you for bringing us together in your remembrance. Thank you.
Go ahead. Well, I'm going to begin today by reading the conclusion of a talk that Master gave, which was also part of the 12 days that we mentioned last night. This was given a few days after the talk that I read last night. And it is the talk of how I met my Master. But this is not, this is just the end of that talk. Before I do that, I just want to thank everybody for, an enormous amount of work has gone into having this Bandara. And, it's very beautiful, the way it's all worked out. And the satsangs I've appreciated so much. The various movies, all of that. Very, very beautiful. And even, Romy read that article by Ingeborg Gutwenger that she read. I can never hear it without crying. And I think of that, her realization that, because I also thought kind of the same thing sometimes, where Master initiated hundreds of people at a time in India. And then he came into the remote town in Austria and initiated just the two of them because nobody else wanted it. I find that absolutely overwhelming. And everyone's satsangs, the things that people have said. When I wasn't here physically, I followed it on the computer. And I appreciate it all very much. So this is the end of that talk. And Master says, then what duty is there further? The more you abide by his words, the better it is. I think that when you meet such a Master and live 100% according to his teachings, you cannot return to this world. You'll go to the highest possible. But we don't care. We don't live up to what he says. That is why Christ said, God is light, God is life, and God is love. This is known when you see light, when you become conscious. And the way to that is love. That is innate in us. God is love, and we are also love. For that reason, love is innate in everyone, in souls, in every soul. You'll find that the word man is called in Urdu insan. Insan means one who is love personified. He must be overflowing with love and radiating love for all. That is but natural. That's the criterion of a saint, that he is overflowing with love for all, even those who come to praise him and others who come to criticize him. He loves them. He is polite. He is loving. He does not impose anything on them, but simply puts forward something. And then, when it seemed as if the master was finished, he had Taiji sing one of his bhajans, commented on it, and proceeded to deliver one of the most extraordinary talks I have ever heard, in which he wove recollections of his meeting with Taiji, Bibi Hardevi, and her husband, the jeweler Rajaram of Rawalpindi, and the death of his son, with lengthy quotations from the farewell discourse of Jesus in the Gospel of John, quotations delivered from memory. I was taping this discourse and sitting on the floor about 4 feet from his feet. He had no notes or book of any kind, but was sharing something he loved enough to have committed to memory long before. And Master said, all masters, whenever they came, said the same thing. The 10th Guru of the Sikhs said, hear ye all, I tell you the truth. Irrespective of whether you belong to one religion or the other, that makes no difference. Through love alone you can know God. All others also said the same thing. Those who do not know love cannot know God. Christ said, if you love me, keep my commandments. What did he say? I will pray the Father, and he shall give you another comforter, that he may abide with you forever, even the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it seeth him not, neither knoweth him. But ye know him, for he dwelleth with you and shall be in you. I will not leave you comfortless. I will come to you again. If 2 men, 4 men love the same man, that's a point for consideration. True love is where there is no question of competition. When there are 2 lovers of the same master, they compete. One says, I should be in front, and the other says, I should be in front. But love knows no duality, no competition, no anger, and no coming to the front. Just judge your love for the master. Why does all this conflict remain among the followers? Because they have not got real love, I tell you. If they've got real love, love knows no competition. Each one will be happy the more he can put his shoulders to the wheel for the same cause. Christ said further, but the Comforter, which is the Holy Ghost, whom the Father will send in my name, he shall teach you all things, and bring all things to your remembrance, whatsoever I have said unto you. Peace I leave with you. My peace will remain with you forever. So as I told you, love knows no competition. When 2 followers of the same master do not agree, one says, I am in the forefront, and the other says, I am in the forefront. What is the result? To me, apparently, such a follower has no love for the master, true love. He has love for the master for selfish motives. He wants to come near to him, to the forefront of him. So love is the remedy for all things. Love and all things shall be added unto you. That's the pity. We don't love. And then Christ said, As the Father hath loved me, so I have loved you. Continue ye in my love. If ye keep my commandments, ye shall abide in my love, even as I kept my Father's commandments, and I abide in his love. He loved his master, his God. He said, I give you a new commandment. Love one another. There we are wanting, I tell you. I have been pressing this point very much ever since I've come. This is the only remedy for all our ills. If one man goes ahead, it is his grace. In the beginning, I used to put in more time. I was transferred to Rawalpindi. First day I was there, everybody knew it. A follower of the Master. They were saying this and that thing. That even came to be known to be Bihar Devi, who is sitting here. She never knew me before that. People said, well, he's here. He's a very great follower of the Master. She said, what greatness lies in him? He puts in 6 hours a day in meditation. She said, all right, if he puts that in, then I'll put in 6, 7 hours, and then I'll meet him. Such like competition is good. You see, we want to eclipse others. We want to eclipse others by placing ourselves in the front. So she didn't come to see me, I tell you. The Master was laughing here, and he actually laughed quite a lot through all this part of the talk. When she put in 6 or 7 hours a day, then she, along with her husband, came to see me. And only when? When my son died. I was quite jolly, and the doctor came in the night. He gave my son this and that thing. I told him, all right, give him whatever you wish. He has to go. Let him finish his give and take. At about midnight, he took the breath of death. He had a long period of vomiting and became cold. I had sent for the doctor, and when he came, he said, I'll give him some medicine and he'll be all right. But in the morning, my son was quite ready to go. The doctor said, oh, he now looks better all of a sudden. I said, wait outside, he's just going. So I looked at him and he passed away. At that time, everyone came to see me. I'm relating this to show how Taiji's family came in contact with me. She and her husband also met me, and they were wonderstruck. Your son has died and you're quite jolly. It's not usual not to worry and to be like that. A lot of people came to visit, and they said somebody in the Sikh temple had said that here's a true Sikh coming up. He's a credit to our religion. And her husband heard about it and thought, he must be a follower of my master. He never knew me before. He went and inquired about it, and it was so. He told him, look here, he's my brother who has been going and sitting at the feet of my master. So they came to pay me their condolences, and they were wonderstruck. What did I do? I gave them tea and this and that thing. So such like competition is good. Now, what one man does, others reflect on it. Put your shoulders to the wheel. The more one progresses, the better. Why are there all these conflicts? Because we do not love the Master, truly speaking. If anybody has become the beloved of the Master, it's good. You should also become the beloved. See how the other one has become the beloved. Why does the Master love him? There must be a reason for it. Such like love knows no competition, no saying, why has the other man gone forward? Quietly and unknowingly they are going on doing it. They won't show what they're doing. They'll go on and let others see for themselves. These are the things that are required. Christ said, love one another as I loved you. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man may lay down his life, love no service and sacrifice, for his friends. What did Christ say? Do you know? Ye are my friends. He did not want to make us slaves. Masters never make you a slave. The beauty of our Master was that he addressed us very respectfully, very lovingly. A master never makes slaves of you. He makes you friends. And why? If you do whatsoever I command you, henceforth I call you not servants, for the servant knoweth not what the Lord doeth, but I have called you my friends, for all things I have known of my Father, I have made known to you. Do you follow? There are some so-called masters, I tell you, who treat others like they're slaves, bought slaves. They make the best use of them. And I tell you, masters' conditions are very strong. Anyone who wants to take the service of his other disciple mates without the permission of the master turns away his face from him. We consider it jolly. Oh, everyone now loves me, serves me, gives me sacrifices, gives me so many boons and donations. We shouldn't. Whenever you have to compare, make the comparison that if one man does more, you will do still more. If he does, say, 4 hours of meditation, you put in 5 hours. That's a good competition, is it not? But that we do not do. That's a pity. And this is the basic cause of all conflicts, of all differences of opinion. Formations are made when we are wanting in love, I tell you honestly. And so ended another heavenly day. Now the next reading is very different, but it reflects back to the movie that Dawn showed the first night about Mount of Kendra. And I call it the mission of Kirpal. It's in my book, The Years Stumbling Toward God, The Years with Kirpal. And in this section, there are a great many different quotes from the Master. And I won't identify them all today as I'm reading, because there's just a lot of them. But anyone who wants to see where Master said these things that I'm going to be reading can check out this book. It's on begins on page 259. And of course, this is midway into the book, so all of you who have come with me this far will remember a number of references during the account of the 1963 tour to the World Fellowship of Religions. Before I get into an account of that fellowship and of the conference it sponsored, which is what right after this section I report on my trip to India in 1965 to the Third World Religions Conference, I want to take a few minutes to explore what it was that Kirpal was trying to accomplish through it and why it was so important. At the time these events were happening, I did not really understand this very well. I thought I did, but there you are. Actually, I resented the attention that Kirpal gave to this, especially during the tour, and this prevented me from any in-depth understanding of it. However, as later events unfolded, his resignation as president of the WFR, the founding of Mount of Kendra, and the Great World Conference on Unity of Man in 1974, it became clear that which led Kirpal to undertake this work. He had been elected president of the World Fellowship of Religions when it began at the first World Religions Conference in Delhi in 1957. The second conference, at which he also presided, was held in Calcutta in 1960, was basic to his understanding of his mission as a whole, and was in fact of the utmost importance to him. As to what exactly this understanding of his mission was, let us go back to the evening of January 24th, 1964, and consider what, among other things, the Master said on that evening. God is love, and we are also love. For that reason, love is innate in everyone, in souls, in every soul. You'll find that the word man is called in Urdu insan. Insan is one who is love personified. He must be overflowing with love and radiating love for all. That is but natural. That, according to Kirpal Singh, is what a man really is, one who is love personified. When he talks about man-making, as he does very often, this is what he means: enabling human beings, men and women. And there's a footnote. Kirpal Singh used the English word man to mean human with no implication whatever of gender bias. For him, man translated insan, as in the title of one of his earliest writings, O insan apne aap ko jaan. O you who are love personified, why don't you know your own self? Translated into English as man, know thyself. And it's important to recognize this because he uses the word man a lot. Talks about the man body. Sometimes he uses human, but mostly it's man. And when he said, when I first heard him use the term man body, way back in the 1960s, it struck me as very strange. But you know, I graduated from high school in 1952, and I was taught coming up through grammar school and high school that in English there was no word other than man that covered both sexes. I mean, there was human being, but there was no single word. And that it was proper English and the way to do it to say man when you meant both, and to use the pronoun he when you were talking about the possibility of both. And that was the way we were taught. And Master studied English as a second language. He was in a Catholic mission school in the Punjab, and this is what they taught him. And all through his life he used the word that way because that's what he knew as an English student. And there was some very funny things in connection with this, because he used the word in the course of events in a totally gender-free way. For example, when I first went to India in 1969, my second trip, but on the first day we were there, I had been accompanied by two young people from Sant Bani Ashram, Tom Park and Laura Pomeroy, one man and one woman. And Master was greeting us, and he greeted me, whom of course had been there before, and he knew me very well. And then he asked for Tom and Laura. Tom came up, and Master looked around and he said, "Where's the third man?" And Laura came up. She was a very feminine-looking woman, and not at all anything like what we would call a man. But to Master, she was a man. And he used that term like that consistently. My sister Helen, whom all of you probably know, has a very strong family resemblance to me. And one time she told me when she was in India in 1967, Master came out and looked at her and said, "You look like your sister." And she took her a second to realize what he was talking about. And she realized he meant me. And that's the way of it. He didn't worry about gender differences in language. He just did that. Anyway, I just want to make that clear. Man-making doesn't mean making us all male. It means making us insan, love personified. Anyway, when he talks about man-making, he means enabling human beings, men and women, to come face to face with the deepest part of their own selves and recognize that that deepest part is indeed love, and to then live in such a way as to reflect that in all its implications. Both aspects of this, the journey within to the place where we can see that we are indeed love personified, and the journey without to the world around us with all its imperfect human beings who are nonetheless children of God and who need our love and our recognition of them as our brothers and sisters, were present in his mission from the beginning, as I hope this book will show. Those who emphasize the journey within and show us how to travel it are called saints or mystics. Those who emphasize the journey without and show us how to travel that are called prophets. But Kirpal Singh was both. He was a prophet whose message was grounded in his own knowledge of the reality of human nature and its reflection of the nature of God. His mysticism was responsible for and led directly to his concept of the spiritual revolution, which, he says, begins with right understanding. And this master said, we are living in him, have our being in him. He is in us, outside us, above us, below us. Like fish in water, we have our existence in him. That is right understanding. And further, God made man with equal privileges, all born the same way. No high, no low. All have got the same outer concessions, eyes, ears, etc., and all have the same inner concession. We are kept in the body by some higher power, which is the same for all. So this is right understanding, that we have this thing. God resides in every heart, and that all is holy where devotion kneels. All are born with the same privileges from God. No high, no low, no east, no west. And this will result in right thoughts. It is said, of course, that east is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet. But there is no east and no west. The whole creation is the house of our Father. All countries are so many rooms in that house. It is we who made these things on account of our want of right understanding. So this is one thing. If you have this understanding, what will be the result? Your whole angle of vision will be changed. You will see that we are all children of God, the same Father. The true fatherhood of God and brotherhood of man will be cemented. So this is what I mean by spiritual revolution, from godlessness. This was said by Kirpal toward the end of his life. 20 years earlier, he had expressed it this way. Love, then, is the only true religion. There is just one creative principle for the entire creation. All are born of the light of God, and the same light shines forth in all. And as such, none of his creatures can be dubbed as evil. Thomas à Kempis, in The Imitation of Christ, writes, from one word proceeds all things, and all things tell of him. And earlier still he wrote this, in worldly matters we do seek the help of persons who are more intelligent and capable than we are. We also offer prayers for aid to God, the greatest power conceivable, and that no doubt is a correct approach to the difficult and baffling problems which confront us every day in the course of our lives. But to regard that omnipotent power as something separate and apart from us, and to appeal to him as to an outside benefactor, is assuredly a sorrowful mistake which is made by us. For he is the very soul of our soul, and is ever working within and without us, and we in fact live and have our very being in him. There is a reason, in other words, why loving our neighbors as ourselves, as Jesus said, is like unto loving God with all our heart and soul. If we go deep enough within, we see that our neighbor and our enemy is ourself, and that our inmost self is indeed the reflection of God. Jesus gave eloquent support of this in his famous story of the Last Judgment. Then the king will say to those on his right hand, "Come, you whom my Father has blessed, take as your heritage the kingdom prepared for you since the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you made me welcome. Lacking clothes, and you clothed me. Sick, and you visited me. In prison, and you came to see me." And the upright will say to him in reply, "Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you drink? When did we see you a stranger and make you welcome, lacking clothes and clothe you? When did we find you sick or in prison and go to see you?" And the king will answer, "In truth, I tell you, insofar as you did it to one of the least of these brothers of mine, you did it to me." And we have seen above that Kirpal used to tell the following story. It is spoken of one bhakta, a lover of God, that he prayed to God, "Will you, O God, come to my house?" "All right," he promised, "I will come today. Be ready." So he made great arrangements. He set beds of flowers, cleaned the house, cleared away all filth, made his place very neat and clean. Then he waited at the door outside. From morn till night he was sitting there, and nobody came. God didn't come. Perhaps he was expecting God to come wearing a very precious robe with great pomp and show. It so happened that one old man passed by on the road and asked him, "Oh, dear friend, I'm hungry. Will you give me a loaf of bread?" He didn't care for him. At night, when he prayed again, he said, "Oh God, you promised you would come to me, but you never turned up." "Oh, I did come, but you didn't care for me. I was in the form of that old man." In everyone, he is. If we have developed in that way, then serve all. You are nearer to God. God is within you. Lord Krishna said, "Who is dear to me? The one who sees me and all in me. He is the dearest to me." All masters say that. This is what is meant by selfless service. And this in turn leads to the extraordinary comment he gave in answer to a question during his Third World Tour in 1972. The question was, "I don't have a yearning to go home. I came on the path because I wanted to be a better human being, and I knew you could help. I still don't have the yearning to go home. I just want to be a better human being. What is the best way to develop?" And the master said, "That's all right. Man is one, as I submitted, who is of use to others. So you obey God's order. Who serves my humanity, he serves me. That's the first step. That's a good idea." You see, there is a parable in the Upanishads. It says that there was one man who was very fond of helping others, selfless service. He was so fond of serving others because he saw that got into expression power in the human body. Christ said that if we do not love our brother whom we see, how can we love that whom we don't see? So human body is the expression of that. He also resides in the human body, and those whose yogic eye is developed, they see God in the human body. Outward temples are made in the model of man. They put symbols of light and sound in there. In churches, in temples, in mosques, the same symbols are there. Which is the best of all? The human body in which these symbols are manifest is the best of all of them. So only he will serve mankind who sees God in them. The more devoted he is, the more he will serve others. The parable says that that man who was very fond of serving others, naturally he was a man, insan, because he was considered to be of use to others. Love knows service and sacrifice, you see. And he prayed to God, and God was very pleased with him and asked him, well, will you come back home? I am replying to your question. He said, Lord, I want to serve others. If I come to you, that would be no addition to you. I'm merely a drop of the ocean of your consciousness. So give me more time to serve others. That's all right. That's a good idea. On January 19th, 1964, Kirpal described perfectly how what Erik Erikson calls pseudo-speciation, the process by which we decide that other human beings who are different from us are not really human beings at all, and therefore anything goes. A process carried to its extreme by Hitler, but present in most of us to some degree, is formed. We do not know who we are. A little child knows better than we. If you ask him who he is, he opens his eyes, opens his mouth. He feels it somewhere in here. As he grows older in years and you ask him, he says, I am Mr. Such and Such. Further, he says, I am a Christian, I am a Hindu, I am a Muslim. Again, further, he says, I am American, I am French, I am German, I am Indian. Who is he? He is a conscious being. That we have forgotten. We go so far away from our own selves that we forget our own selves. We simply identify ourselves as belonging to one religion or the other, or one country or the other. There have been religious wars and patriotic wars in which thousands and millions were killed and are being killed. When masters come, they give us teachings from the universal level. They consider all to be children of God, brothers and sisters in God, because all are maintained and controlled by the higher power. This is the true state of affairs we are in. And in October 1967, he elaborated on it in this way. God is love. Our soul is of the same essence as that of God, so love is innate in us and must have somebody to love. We are conscious entities, and we have to make our beloved an all-conscious God. But we are attached to our children, our families, our own society, religion, and country. There are some people who are Nero-like. When Rome was burning, Nero fiddled. In India, too, we had a king like that. His name was Muhammad Shah Ramillah. The whole town of Delhi was on fire, and the people sent in a petition to save them. He was taking wine at the time and was intoxicated. All right, he said, put this petition into the cup of wine. Such like people are everywhere. Their type is the lowest class. They are congealed with their own selves. If your love is for your families only, then you will think only of their good. If each man has the attitude that his children must be fed properly, but others may go hungry, there will be a clash between family and family. The police stations are full of such like reports. Their attitude is good for their own families, of course, but they will clash with others. If our love is for our own society or for the religion to which we belong, naturally we will love the men of our own society and religion more than anybody else. In family strife, some people are hurt, their heads are broken. If we have love for our own community or religion only, what is the result? We had a clear show, a demonstration, I would say, when Pakistan was formed. More than 1,200,000 people were killed on both sides because they loved their own outer forms of religion. So that results in the loss of thousands of lives. If our love expands, we love our own country. We think that a dog of our own country is better than a man of another country. The result is that we fight, and millions of people are killed. So this expansion of love, of the love of self, of the family, of the society and country, is fraught with difficulties and dangers. The cost to life is more and more. Unless the love of our soul expands to love an all-conscious and all-pervading God, there can be no peace. And because he saw human beings from that angle of vision, he took a very dim view of the whole complex of nationalism, borders, and immigration. Actually, Master says, actually what we say we should do, we should live, then it's all right. They talk of peace but are spending more and more on genocide each day. If they talk of peace, then let them also have less armaments. More than half of the income of a country is spent on that, even more than half. And if this was spent for the good of the people, then we are all brothers. Each country should advance as much as possible and be a source of help to others. You strengthen yourself and let others also have strength. The only thing is we say something and then do something else. That's the trouble. If the governments really want peace, then where's the trouble? They should avoid encroaching on the rights of others. Live and let others live. Make their country so advanced in peace-giving that everybody else would like to come there. Now there are restrictions. You cannot go out from one country into another without a visa. You cannot leave a country without a passport. So these are strongholds, is it not so? We go around like prisoners. When I returned from the 1963 tour, the airplane was not in order. We had to stay in Cairo. So we were restrained. All right, leave all your baggage, all your passports. If we had to go to the bank, there were 2 soldiers with bayonets this side and 2 that side to go to the bank. This is our fate. Just think. There are so many governments. Each man should keep his country in a blooming state, let anybody come in freely and enjoy it, and then help others bring up their governments in the same blooming state. That should be the attitude. Of course, it was not only human beings he saw that way. The right understanding and angle of vision that enabled him to see all as God's children actually extended to all forms of life, and he extended to animals, birds, fish, and the entire creation the same nonviolence and love that he had for humans, leading to his concept of land service and his advocacy and practice of vegetarianism, which he characterized as the least pain-producing diet. He remarked in 1955, "It is said, 'Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.' Are these animals not your neighbors?" He was, however, very aware of the pseudo-speciation and holier-than-thou attitude this also can lead to, and address that roundly. And Master says, it is very necessary to distinguish clearly the ends from the means. To lay too much stress on the means is likely to make us forget our objective and to become fossilized. Once we know, for example, that abstinence from all kinds of meat diet and spirituous liquors helps us on the spiritual path, it is enough that we avoid them. But to take it as an end in itself is to miss the point. Offending others because they eat meat is worse than meat eating itself. Hate the sin, but love the sinner. Live and let others live. Welcome those who choose to come on the way. But we have no right to hate or offend others because they eat meat. Vegetarian diet is essentially a helping factor for those who would prefer to follow the teachings of the Master. Hafiz, a great Muslim saint, says, "Drink wine, burn the holy scriptures, and put Kaaba, the house of God, on fire. You may do all this, but never offend or molest anybody. If you are really anxious to meet God, you should not offend or molest the heart of anybody, which is the dwelling house of God." It is certainly true that Kirpal's main thrust throughout his life was what is called spiritual growth, or the finding of God by the seeker, through the system of meditation we have already explored, called Shabda Yoga. And he very carefully instructed more than 100,000 seekers from all over the world and from all kinds of backgrounds in that practice. Yet, as his words demonstrate clearly, he did not differentiate between the inner or mystical and the outer or prophetic. He saw them as two sides of the same coin and of equal importance. Further, while it is true that it is the inner realization of the oneness and universality of God that makes right understanding possible, the fact is that recognizing and living up to that oneness, even before we have fully realized it, is an enormous helping factor on the spiritual path. As Kirpal has said, selfless service helps a good deal in your progress on the spiritual way. That plus self-introspection both go to give you very great progress within on your spiritual way. And here we go. Yeah. In conclusion, and pardon me while I wet my whistle here. In conclusion, which is now not far away, I want to read Master Kirpal's 1964 birthday message, which sort of sums up everything we've been saying, and actually most everything that's been said on this retreat from the beginning till now. Dear ones, may the grace of God be on you all. We are seekers after truth, and for that purpose we have joined various religions, which are our schools of thought. Truth is not the exclusive right of any particular creed or place or age. It is a human being's birthright, just as every human being has a right to breathe the air and absorb the rays of the sun. We are all privileged to draw from the unseen source of life, strength, and wisdom which is within each of us. That infinite supply cannot be exhausted. Anyone belonging to any religion can delve it out from within with the help of somebody who is competent. Call him by any name you like. Take all that you can. Not only will it suffice for you, but through it you will become instrumental in helping your fellows. Your smile will inspire another to smile. Your strength will impel another to be strong. A noble soul always draws forth the noble quality in others. God is love, and our souls are also love, and it is through love alone we can know God. Love knows true renunciation, service, and sacrifice for the good of others without any consideration. A true human being is one who is truthful, leads a life of continence, radiates love to all others for the sake of God residing in them, and knows giving, giving, and always giving. We never lose anything when we give. When you give love, do you find that you have less love in your heart? On the contrary, you are conscious of an ever greater power of loving, but no one can be convinced of these things till he has applied them in a practical way. An ounce of practice is worth tons of theories. It is a practical age. Therefore, it is for us to make our idealism more practical. Believe in God who is Spirit, love the principle of all things, who is in me and I am in him, who resides in every heart. We should therefore love all mankind and others. If one cannot love those whom he sees, how can he love God whom he does not see? There is a religion above all religions which teach rituals, dogmas, and doctrines. That is truth. Religion truly means re, back, and ligio, which comes from ligore, to bind. That is, to bind our soul back to truth, God. You have to be born into the truth. All masters who come from time to time speak of the same truth. We are lovers of truth. That is the true religion, on the basis of which the whole world can sit together and the East and West could be united. The purpose before me is to bring together all children of God, now forming part of various religions, to understand each other and find a way back to God. I am glad that I have found great response to this message of love with the grace of my Master, the man in God. My hearty thanks and best wishes go to all who have been helpers in this noble cause of humanity. Yours affectionately, Kirpal Singh. And that is where I come to an end. Charity is from the Latin caritas, which is a translation of the Greek agape, both of which mean unselfish love, or God's love for us, or our love for Him. In old translations of the Bible, charity means exactly that, most notably in 1 Corinthians 13, with its references to faith, hope, and charity. In modern English, charity has come to mean, of course, giving to others, which still retains a connection with the old meaning, but is much diminished. Master Kirpal had a superb knowledge of the English language. He was thoroughly acquainted with both meanings of charity, and used the word throughout his writings to mean both unselfish giving and the profound depths of the love of God, out of which that unselfish giving comes.
We were talking about charity yesterday. By giving away something in charity for which you don't need any return, selfless, that becomes fruitful. You see? You simply give to those who are really needy, poor, naked, who have nobody to support, the orphans, the widows, and others, those very gentlemen looking, they would shy to beg, but sometimes they suicide for want of livelihood. Such like people should be helped. General usual way is only give to any particular places. The money is just collected there in thousands, millions. But that money of no use to anybody. They simply threaten. They simply puff out, we are lords of so many millions of dollars or rupees. But really that is not the way. Already money is there. Why should we contribute there? Why should we share? Let those be shared with those who are really needy, naked, and anything. Nobody to support. But such like people don't. They feel shy to go and beg. they do come to some spiritual man. So it's better to give him so that he may distribute to the right person. To give money in charity, it is just like amassing money for your own self. Then Guru says, yeah, I rejoice when I give something in the mouth of the others. Those mouths are my mouths. Their bellies are my bellies. Such like service only I cherish. All others not. Those who are needy, poor, naked. You see, nobody to look after, porters. Such like charity is what is needed. We need to give it millions and there are so many things. Result is where there is money, there is always some clash. If you want to share, then later on trouble arises. So they are just telling the thing. And those who live only on the such like charity given by other people, those who have earned by honestly that money, so such like money becomes just like poison, just valued in sugar, covered by sugar. So such like men will have the same effect. They must do putting time for meditation much more. Otherwise they will have to suffer. Suppose if anybody comes and gives you a glass of water, a glass of milk, and he has something behind you, you want some compensation for that. You see? You may have no money in your bank, but that is debited against you. So it is always better to earn with one's own livelihood honestly, by dint of hard sweat of brow, you see, and share with others. Not for return, but share. Thinking we are all brothers and sisters in God. All souls are the children of God. God resides in every heart. With that viewpoint, you give to others. Share with others who are really needy. To give away money just to establish places where there were only millions, what you would have done? So that charity bears fruit really, which is shared with others who are really needy, naked and poor. So Taylor Guru and all others say like that. He says, when the people put in some in the hungry mouth, that is my mouth. Such like the viewpoint of the really spiritual people. Such like charity bears fruit. What we have, our custom is just equal to one. We don't see how that money is spent. Even that money is being spent for the upkeep of only one or two men, or single man. Well, he had to pay for it, mind that. God does not spare anybody. Just earn, live on your own earning and share with others. Only such people can progress in the spiritual life. In that case, their self expands. At the time of giving, you will feel little joy, natural. That is the main compensation you have, then and there. So generally it is all men should share with others who are needy, naked, poor, sportless, orphan, widow, and others, such people who have nobody to support, nobody to look after, or in some noble purpose, just to enable them, give them facilities to sit together and just find a way to God. So such like charity is what is advocated, you see, by all saints. First, we should earn our livelihood honestly. One, first thing. Then share with others, maybe the least. Yesterday I was telling you that generally 1/10 is prescribed from the time as it starts, you see, from the old Tertullians and others, all historians tell us. Abram's time too. So if that is not possible, give 1/20th, 1/30th, 1/40th, maybe a single pence, but he should have that angle of vision to share with others, whatever he can. A man who earns, say, $1 a month, if he gives away 1 pence, well, that is worth more than a man who earns thousands and gives $5. So masters never object to receive even 1 pence. They never reject. And for that regular account is kept. That is audited. Company audited there, annual. And the master himself is on his own audit. Such like people only can advance on the spiritual way. People make it a business. That's a good way of earning money, I tell you. 100,000 you can have without any labor. But that one has to just barely, as a reaction of what he has done, then he cries. So general rule, earn your livelihood honestly, by honest means, in which nobody's blood is squeezed, undue things have been usurped by you. One thing, because God sees what you're doing. The other thing, that should also be to maintain yourself and share with us. Like an example, if you're rowing in a boat, and the water is just some hole in the boat, and the water is just filling in the boat. What is wise way out? Throw the water with 2 hands outside, otherwise you drown yourself. If you got money more than what you really require for your own maintenance, then just share with others. Otherwise you will be doomed. So by giving away, you don't lose. At the end of the year, you see that money will be saved in some other ways. Sickness, so many other troubles that arise generally, we can have expenditure. This is what our master used to say. All right, you give away 1/10, at the end of the year you discount. That very money that you have given, that has been saved in the way of you had no sickness. And so many things. You understood? Earn your livelihood in honest way, first of all. That is why I don't accept free. Anything given by those who are not initiated. Because who knows how they have earned the money. Even the initiative they earn by dishonest means, that also carries effect. But then if there is somebody to account for, overhead. See? So first thing, you must earn your money by honest means. First of all. Then you share, maybe as best as you can, for the good of others. That will expand yourself, you see. That's the minimum to start with. Then you give away more and more and more, unless you give away your own self too. I'm asking you to first give away 1/10, then he begin more, then he will send all his earning to the master. And he would send something for the livelihood of his family and spend all other. This is ultimate. We have to give away our body, our intellect, our souls, our everything. The more you are divested of all these things, the more you are free. You are near to God. We are interested to show in the lives of saints. Well, Christ said, it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man, you see. So they said, all right, you want to follow me, sell away everything to the poor and then come to me. They were in India too, Christ also and all others. So we have to give away slowly, bit by bit, unless you give everything to the Lord. So earn your money honestly and share with us. Begin as best as you can, maybe first, then go on, giving everything. The more you lavish all this, the more you are free. Man with a man say $100, the other after corrected $1,000, saving 1,000, then $1 million. The like that goes up like anything. He doesn't need to share with others. And your money, let your family be supported, then share with others. Even if it needs to be that you live on the minimum thing, means required, minimum. You should also learn to share with others. Maybe I say the little. This is what we have to learn. Masters give teachings in all phases of life. For practical life, then share with others, then devote time by contacting your soul with the all-pervading power within you. That if you may be used to others, man is only called a man who is of use to others. Other animals are of use for their children. If we do also like that, then what is the difference between man and an animal? So this is what is meant by it. So many quotations given from different masters, this and that. All this book was written with the grace of a master. And these are to be noted and acted up. You find change? तो बात समझ गए भाई, आज से ही आपकी अर्निंग ऑनेस्ट हो और कुछ शेयर करो, मैं भी एक पैसा ख्याल रहेगा ना देने। जब तक दे है दे दे कुछ दे, जब दे नहीं रहेगी तो कौन देगा। इंसान वही है जो दूसरों के काम, भगवान भी अपने काम पर। अगर तुम अपने बच्चों को पालते दूसरे अपने को कैच करते हो तो भूखे मर जाए। दूसरे का ऐश करें तो फिर ये हैवानों वाला काम है। करतूत पशु की मानव जात लोग प्रचारा कर पचाने के लिए, लोगों के दिखावे के लिए 10,000 मेरा लिख लो भाई, 5,000 मेरा लिख लो। जहाँ गरीब आदमी भूखा वहाँ 5 रुपए भी नहीं। ये दान कोई दान है, वो तो नाम के लिए दान है ना। और क्या जो 10,000 फिर देते कहाँ से निकालते लोगों के पेटों से। तो ऑनेस्ट अर्निंग होनी चाहिए और फिर शेयर। ये छोटी छोटी चीजें जिस तरह हम ध्यान नहीं देते प्रवास नहीं बनता।
During Master Kirpal's 1963 World Tour, he would travel by car from one city to the next. On October 22nd, the Master's motorcade crossed over the Canadian border on its way to Hamilton, Ontario. This is where the Master was to spend 2 nights in the home of 2 initiates. This little clip is taken as Master's car was just pulling up in front of the home. Arrangements had been made for the Master to meet with the mayor of Hamilton. They had a very cordial talk and discussed the nature of Master's visit there. Later that day, he gave a talk at the Canuck Hotel, and again the next night he gave a second talk.
These talks were met with a tremendous response from the audience. Many people came to the Master afterwards with further questions about the science of the soul. There was one young schoolboy whose parents had attended one of the talks, and he later heard them discussing how there was a spiritual master visiting their city. The next day he told his school friends that his parents had been talking about a great saint from India who was in a house in their neighborhood. As a result, the house where Master was staying, in front of that house, crowds of interested and excited children gathered throughout the day. They came in batches from early morning until late in the afternoon, hoping to have a glimpse of the holy man from India. In between groups, Master Kirpal would return to the house. The Master went out several times during the day and spoke with the enthusiastic children. Now, prior to all this, the Master had arranged for a large quantity of apples to be brought to the house. And then during his interactions with the children, he would pass out these prasad apples, making sure that each child received one. Soon, a reporter and a news photographer were on the scene, and a picture of Kirpal Singh and the children appeared in the next day's newspapers, along with a lengthy report of the event. By evening, 3 baskets of apples had been given out. Towards the end of the day, as the 4th group of children gathered outside the house, someone asked the Master if they could be given a meditation sitting. There were about 60 children present, and the Master asked if they wanted to see the light within, and all of them enthusiastically shouted, "Yes." So at that point, the Master instructed the children on the basics of meditation, and then he had them sit. He watched over the children during the sitting. At times he would place his hand on the forehead of a child, touching the 3rd eye. During the meditation sitting, all the children, with the exception of 5 or 6 who could not sit still, all the children experienced the light of God. 7 saw the radiant form of Jesus. Some saw forms of other masters. Their inner experiences were so good they told their parents all about them. News of the children's meditation sittings spread like wildfire. Some of the parents came to meet the Master, even bringing other children. And so ended one of the most joyous and deeply profound events of the entire 1963 tour.
Okay. No one in this world belongs to us except our dearly beloved Satguru. This is the bhajan apna koi nahi. Oh man, don't be saying mine, mine. There's no guarantee of breaths. Your life is as fragile as sugar candy thrown into water. Oh man, don't be so full of ego. Death is on your head. One day, you fool, you may even drown without water. You're wearing dust, you dress in dust, even your pillow is dust. One day, madman, your body will turn to dust. As long as oil and wick are in the lamp, the light gets brighter and brighter. When both are finished, the dead body is carried to the graveyard. What is the use of stitching the old cloths again and again? No one is the friend of the heart. All have selfish motives. No one in this world belongs to us except our dearly beloved Satguru. Bhajan of Kabir Sahib.
अपना कोई नहीं है जी कि अपना सतगुरु प्यारा जी अपना कोई नहीं है जी कि अपना सतगुरु प्यारा जी ना कर बांधे मेरी मेरी दमदा की परवासा ना कर बांधे मेरी मेरी दमदा की परवासा जीवन तेरा ऐसा जैसा पानी बीच पितासा अपना कोई नहीं है जी कि अपना सतगुरु प्यारा जी अपना कोई नहीं है जी कि अपना सतगुरु प्यारा जी ना कर बांधे कुरीत का बर सिर पे मोतनी महानी ना कर बांधे कुरीत का बर सिर पे मोतनी महानी एक दिन पगले ऐसा आए तू डूबे बिना पानी अपना कोई नहीं है जी कि अपना सतगुरु प्यारा जी अपना कोई नहीं है जी कि अपना सतगुरु प्यारा जी माटी ओढ़ना माटी पहनना माटी का सिरहाना जी माटी ओढ़ना माटी पहनना माटी का सिरहाना जी एक दिन पगले ऐसे आए माटी में मिल जाना जी अपना कोई नहीं है जी कि अपना सतगुरु प्यारा जी अपना कोई नहीं है जी कि अपना सतगुरु प्यारा जी जब तक तेल दीप में बाती जगमग हो रही जब तक तेल दीप में बाती जगमग हो रही चल गए तेल निकुटी गए बाती लाश भी आंखों तोड़ लाई अपना कोई नहीं है जी कि अपना सतगुरु प्यारा जी अपना कोई नहीं है जी कि अपना Apna Satguru Pyara Ji, Pata Chola Hua Purana Kabalagasi Vetaraji, Pata Chola Hua Purana Kabalagasi Vetaraji, Tilaka Meharama Koi Namilia Sabamata Labake Karaji, Apana Koi Nahi Neji, Ki Apana Satguru Pyara Ji, Apana Koi Nahi Neji, Ki Apana Satguru Pyara Ji.
No one in this world belongs to us except our dearly beloved Sakuru.